Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only routing. Since I'm late today, I apologize. I had a couple of computer-related snafus. I had to computer-related snafus, but I'm otherwise good to go now. Hopefully. Everyone is doing well in body and mind, and I do hope everyone enjoys their stay. Since I am late, I will catch up on chat first, and then we will do the reading. Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Coin. Greetings to you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason goes on to say, you can reply and said DM whenever you desire, good sir, but could I get you to just check the shared DM and let me know the thoughts on what I've shared with you? Sure. Give me 1 second. Okay, cool. The thing is very much still functional. All right. Greetings to you as well, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. We play the camera mini game while we're here. As far as the breakdown on what you sent me, Mr. Jason, I can't say I'm particularly surprised that the item costs or the total cost was 6 digits. I thought it would be more, though. I was expecting a full-on 7 digits, so you know, what can I say? My intuition on how much things cost isn't always correct. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason also thought it would be more too, good sir. Fair. Sometimes costs on items aren't intuitive. They just are not. Before we get started, I do want to take the opportunity to read the appreciation placards, which I read at the start of each and every stream. This is the smallest way I have to give back to the wonderful people that chuck coins at me, and chucking coins is how you get your name on this list. Mr. Coin, the price breakdown. Priceless. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. The purchase or maintenance of any subscription package, or a one-time donation during the month cycle of $2 or more is what is required to get your names on these placards. It's the smallest way I have to recognize my wonderful contributors, so thank you again. Thank you to Mr. Shiny for their tier 1 subscription. Thanks for the band, Saribot. Much appreciated. Great bot. Thank you to Mr. Shiny for their continued maintenance of their subscription during this month. Thank you to Mr. Fent for gifting Nice One M and Troll Castle King Jason their subscription packages. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with such a subscription package. Thank you to Mr. Gorda Goku for their continued maintenance of the Valkyrie tier membership during this month's cycle. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that membership provides during the month cycle. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued maintenance of their Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that belong to such a membership, good sir. And while I do not have any one-off donations during this month's cycle, I would like to thank people who have used Coffee or Stream Elements or PayPal or other means in the past. Thank you very, very much for that. While there are no bells or tassels or whistles with this, donations are one of the more direct ways to support yours truly. So thank you very much for that. Okay. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I would have liked, but Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Quinn, you'll be delayed after the break, good sir." Very well. No worries. Mr. Jason says, "You know, Mr. Coin, good sir, that bot was rightfully banned, but it did have a point. The stream is literally fire." Or at least something to do with fire. Fair. Fair. Mr. Shiny says, "They say only 7-day streak makes 1 week. Starting off tomorrow, strong from tomorrow on." Yeah, thank you for your streak, and I'm glad that you got the extra points for that. Now, I can use my mouse for this part. And then it needs to be this one. So, my goal for today is to simply get through the 8 braziers. The Siofra River is like a long, complicated, very difficult split. I have died here in the river lots. As for what happened last time, we made it up to the 8 braziers, starting out from the Tower of Return. We cleared through some difficult and some lengthy but tedious tasks. Mr. Jason says, "Tomorrow's going to be Mr. Jason's 80th stream streak." Stream steak. Yes, a stream steak, 100%. Stream steak. I too would like a grade A slab of meat in front of me while I'm streaming. Absolutely. Mr. Shiny says, weak. Got it. Oh, that was a joke. Sorry. Understandable. I'm trying to make sure that feels like a little bit of a stretch. Just a smidge. But I did give you the laugh because I was apparently too dense to get it. Mr. Jason says that this is a stream steak, good sir. You are clearly rare. I'm not sure I'd like to be compared to a bloody piece of meat, but I get what you were going for, good sir. Thank you. Mr. Shiny says a delayed laugh, but you'll take it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, yesterday was certainly something. Yeah, so yesterday was my siblings' 31st, like, pre-birthday party. It was an early party. We had pizza, we had soft drinks, we had some desserts, and we brought out decks of Magic cards, which is like a certified, like, nerd start for sure. And I wished my sibling a early happy birthday yesterday. It is their birthday today, so I need to actually give my sibling the good old happy birthday message sometime today, even though I did give them one yesterday. I would like a few more of my weeks to be like what happened yesterday, where, you know, I get to wear a smile. There are lots of reasons not to smile right now. Like, the world's in a really, really bad, dark place. But if you stay there forever, and that's your mood, your body will adapt to that accordingly. There are people that have been subjected to continuous cortisol treatments or have a high level of cortisol, and it shows up. They get stressed out. They gray rapidly. They age quicker. they tend to live shorter lives. It's not a good thing. Mr. Shiny says, you set stakes quite high with this compliment. Hardy har har. Mr. Shiny says, you can't make a mistake with a good meat joke, I must say. Oh, that's getting the tightest laugh. Maybe. No, the joke wasn't a stretch. I'll use the light claps there. I want to. The tightest laugh is for kind of bad jokes, or like the stretchy jokes, the stretchy kind of joke. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to save that for. I still need to write the protocol of what laugh track or applause track I want to use when. Because having that'll help me out in terms of getting used to doing things on routine. The hard part would be evaluating the rule ad hoc, but that's fine. So, welcome to Siofra River. We don't have a map. I'm clicking my right stick here. Yeah, this game has an underground. Underground's a whole different world. I cannot begin to stress that things in the underground are generally harder. Enemies sometimes don't follow the rules you expect them to. The claymen tend to like poise through just about anything. They're kind of more like monsters rather than creatures in lots of instances. The claymen are relatively benign enemies, I guess I would describe or say. They come in two varieties. They come in the spear-wielding ones that we're seeing right now. And there will be, like, Oracle Claymen that cast bubble magic. Oh, yes, bubble magic. The soapy clean magic. But, no, and in all seriousness, I will show you guys what I mean by that. The Oracle Claymen are some of my favorites. Mr. Jason says the spear ones just want you to understand their point. Too true. Too true. And don't worry, I will. I have died to many a stab by Claymen in the area. I have died by many a spear thrust. Some of them can roll like cartwheel to get to you. Some of them will chuck bolas later on with magic rocks infused in them. They can sit like this until you wake them up, which is just absolutely wild. These guys are what the skeletons in the catacombs wish they were. Uh-oh. There we go. Alright, and I'll use... Mr. Jason says you sent me an important DM. Nothing TCC, but important. Okay. I'll think about it, good sir. I'll think about it. And that's probably the something I would be doing long term. But I'm glad you thought of that, for what that's worth. I should be doing that more often, quite frankly, and not even just with stuff you say, but the stuff my audience says. I'm happy to know you guys have my back. And while I don't think we would necessarily agree, you know, politically or geopolitically, right? But I'd like to think we agree on the things that actually matter at the end of the day, and not just hurt, dirt, crap politicians say or whatever. So this first part, it has nothing to do with the 8 braziers, but we do have to get through it to get to the part with the braziers. Trust me, this part looks easy, and it's not. It's meant to be an introduction to the underground, but I promise you things are going to get more difficult once you guys see the open area underground. I realize that sounds silly, open area underground, but, well, the Elden Ring underground is special. Very special. Mr. Jason says, of course, good sir, you do what you desire, but you really do mean a lot, or I really do mean a lot to you. I appreciate that. But you want to emphasize that I'm not alone, and if you thought that you were before, you never will be now. I appreciate that. I do try to remember that when I'm in the deep, dark pits that I sometimes deal with. Look, there's the bubble magic right here. I'll even get hit by it. And I deal less damage when I'm hit by the soapy clean bubbles. I would be hitting like 140 before. Yeah, this bubble, it used to be like a giant bubble before, but I actually quite like this particle effect a lot. Yeah, look at all these small bubbles. Mr. Jason says, time for some good, clean fun. Maybe that's the sort of thing that can go on a run bingo later. Yeah, good, clean fun, even. Well, speaking of good, clean fun, I know what we can do to dry off the soap. We can have our own version of clean fun. Uh-oh. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, just 5 days now until Mario Day, March 10. Nice. Nice. You doing anything for Mario Day? Or is it just something you happen to notice? Something that's only, like, mildly on your radar? Their attacks are slow, the Clayman, but they hit pretty hard, so you don't want to get hit by them. Mr. Jason says, not really, but one year you took a photo of a random bottle of milk because it had March 10th on it. Oh, okay, so yeah, a small commemoration by recognition only, which is perfectly fine, being quite honest. Well, you know, in 5, happy early Mario Day, I guess, to those that like the mustached, red-shirted, blue-overalled plumber man who's best friends with a magical mushroom princess, among other things. What even is Mario lore? There we go. You had an idea? What's that, Mr. Jason? Okay, I think we're good to ride our horse here. The only 2 claimant I think are left are at the top. If you're using like normal weapons or stuff, going to the underground's like a really good idea. If you're not using normal weapons like, you know, myself, then coming here doesn't actually help you except for getting different materials. Mr. Jason says for Mario Day, you could do a special one day only Mario stream where you save as much of the Mushroom Kingdom as possible. I think other people are gonna handle that just fine. I expect a whole bunch of YouTube content creators to talk about it. But that was a very nice sales pitch, however, I will grant you that. I will grant you that. Nice sales pitch, but no thanks. Mr. Jason says, plus most March 10th things on the Nintendo UK site are digital things. So Mr. Jason does not have much interest. Gotcha. Makes sense. I'm having to be careful. I have died to gravity before, which is not particularly fun. Of course I would forget to pack Fireball in a scenario like that. There are 2 reasons to come here. One is for, well, a sorcery that we aren't going to use. And the other is for... Ow, got punched. Goodness. The other is for, there's a rune piece way out there. It's not even loaded in right now, but it will be in a minute. Or, yeah, there we go. That's a pretty small rendering distance for rune pieces, actually. But yeah, I don't want to die here, which is why I lock in during segments like this. Oh, I almost did it right there. Mr. Jason says, before you went live, you were in Jen's stream and she was playing Pokemon Pokopia, the game where Game Freak will have to cope with losing 2 to 6 sales for Mr. Jason. Oh, let me guess. Pokopia is using the dreaded game key card. Do I have that right, Mr. Jason? That might be the future, though. I don't know. But, yeah, fair. Slopcopia? Why Slopcopia? Out of curiosity. Is it does it feel like it's AI generated or something? I did hear reports that Nintendo was freaking out some people because of early admissions of using AI to experiment. I better, yeah, I better get that real quick. That would have been awful to have to reload. Okay, so this is probably a good time to show this off. So the melty mushroom, or the melted mushrooms, the Dew-kissed herba, and a couple of other items do unlock a whole new world of like alchemical ingredients for crafting. So you're definitely encouraged to come down here. The underground is a great source of some items, or some sort of some of the amalgams and extracts and other things that you normally pass up on otherwise. So don't dismiss the underground. I'm just gonna clean this up real quick. Shouldn't take me that long. Wait, can we... Does the... No, the centipede does not break down for that. Okay. Okay, what do I want to use the melted mushroom? Oh, I know exactly what I'm using the melted mushroom for. The starry amalgam. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, the current popular thing on YouTube right now is Nintendo grifting. Oh, no. You do enjoy watching them go on about, oh my god, Nintendo is being anti-consumer. You know that they're actually being that, but Nintendo grifters are, interesting. I mean, I guess I'm one of them, right? Like, I am the person complaining about them being anti-consumer. However, I don't just say it and then don't elaborate further. I go on and explain, yeah, I'm being, I am being fair. Mr. Shiny says, it's just that if you want a cozy experience, you choose games like Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley. Pokopia is TPC attempting to take advantage of the popularity of the genre and entering with their overpriced garbage. I see. I see. That does make some sense. Yeah, the Pokemon Company. Why did that take me entirely too long to think of there? Sorry, I'm fixing something on my shirt is what I'm doing. I guess I would need to see like game footage to come to that conclusion more than anything. Mr. Jason says, nah, you're not grifting. You're not putting out videos. Nintendo grifters put out almost daily videos on YouTube. And they make Nintendo bashing kind of their whole identity, right? I think that's what you're pointing out. I mean, I'm putting out live video. People can go find me bashing Nintendo often. Though I will say I did not start bashing until a very specific point before with... How do I work this? And I'll also like convert 4 of these. How do I work this part? I stream, right? So I technically am putting out a video on YouTube every day, or maybe every business week. I'm putting out 5 videos. I don't always bash Nintendo in them, and it's not structured, so... Oh, I didn't mean to make the extract, but it's fine. I'll do that here. Mr. Jason says, nah, it's different. You are occasionally bashing Nintendo, but for the right reasons. Nintendo crafters have made it their shtick. Nintendo grifters have made it their shtick, so to speak. So it doesn't seem genuine or doesn't feel genuine because they're now making videos on the subject and they are raking in ad revenue for being controversial. Would I be right in that? Trying to think. Yeah, this probably should be like some number of... There we go. That's probably great. That works. Just look at all those alchemy reagents. And I totally meant to do that. Better. Okay, yeah, I can see the logic you're using. It's it's kind of like the Carl Jobst YouTuber, right? Like Carl Jobst kind of goes after cheaters and scammers in the gaming world. That's his whole deal. That's what he does, which is fine. I don't have a problem if people are cheating in speedruns and they're going through great lengths to deceive and lie to people about it. They absolutely should be punished for that. On the other hand, however, what Carl Jobst did in order to misrepresent the cases he took to court regarding cheating, did a lot of damage to people that actually want to hold speedrunning cheaters accountable. Like, Carl Jobst lost his case because he attempted to connect things that were too disparate from one another. Even if perhaps the truth lies somewhere in the middle, it doesn't matter, because Carl Jobst lost the case, and instead of taking the charges he can get, he pushed to try to convict, I think his name's Billy, like a really famous retro speedrunner cheater. Really, really famous. Infamous, even. He was able to turn the court case around when he was, you know, consigned to be a clear loser of it beforehand. And now Carl Jobst is kind of seen to be like nothing but a grifter, because making videos instead of winning court cases, and, you know, doing what he actually promised his audience that he would do, it's just kind of, there's a profiteering motive in all of that. Mr. Jason says this one Nintendo grifter is Billy Mitchell, exactly, him. I couldn't think of the surname, but I appreciate that, Mr. Shiny. Mr. Jason says is bashing Nintendo, but said the anti-Nintendo YouTube content is kind of pointless. Which is basically saying I bash Nintendo, but don't react to me. Wow. Wow. You can't, I'm sorry, but you can't control that. No one can control that. People are gonna react to your content. Now, if they're doing nothing and just letting the video play, like Hassan or Destiny do sometimes, yeah, you know, punish them. Or like Denims or Frogan, they're being litigated in court over content theft. Completely justified. But you have to draw the distinction between transformative and non-transformative React content. Yeah, you have to make that distinction. There's got to be some middle ground. Transformative reaction content generally falls under fair use. So, like, don't let the whole video play, for example. Like, edit out some parts where you're sitting there, or some parts where it's filler. Maybe you edit out the bits or something. Something along those lines. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, with Pokemon Wind and Waves, we already have a pre-established legendary Pokemon that suits both. Rayquaza is winds and Kyogre is waves. Wait, are they reusing legendary Pokemon? Has that finally happened? I gotta focus on the crab a second. These things can, like, tilt to the side. Oh. I was gonna go for a critical, but I should have ran to get that critical. Okay, Mr. Jason says, no, nothing confirmed, but that is a theory. I feel like they've shoehorned themselves into making new legendary Pokemon all the time. In honesty, I actually would be really, really cool with reused legendary Pokemon for once. I feel like they've done enough. Now, if these are like new regions, then yeah, that's kind of a problem. But I think if you're returning to a region, I don't think you should necessarily have to make all new legendary Pokemon each time. Maybe give different forms of the Pokemon instead or something. Something like that. But that's just me, as someone who consumes Pokemon fan content a lot. Mr. Jason says, PSA, remember folks, if you want hallowed halls, please join Mr. Coin's wonderful Discord server. If you want hallowed halls and a whole lot of offices, join the wonderful TCC. Bonus, the amazing Mr. Coin is in both. I appreciate that. And it's true. I don't know about the amazing part, but there are plenty of hallowed halls and offices in the TCC if you're looking to join. We even have places for people to chat it up now. That's something I've worked very hard to bring into the TCC. I'm hoping people will start using that sooner rather than later. Mr. Jason says, Pokemon Wind and Waves looks like it's going to be in Indonesia, but some people are saying Hoenn. Well, I guess we'll just have to keep our ears to the ground to see what, is actually going to happen with that. Okay. Hold on, I feel sneezing. Mr. Jason says, with it being a tropical region? Thanks. I apologize. I tried to mute the sneezes. I got the second one. I couldn't get the first one, but thanks. But see, tropical makes me think sun and moon. We already did that. Like, we already retreaded that. We already treaded that ground. Unless I'm like, I don't know, smoking copium or something. Mr. Jason says we did that twice. Yes. And to be fair, I think Kanto and Hoenn were both Japan, right? Do I have that right? I'm possibly not correct there, but Mr. Jason says you might be smoking copium. Yeah, hardy har. Okay, so welcome to the underground, the Siofra River. I want to note that these stars are not natural. Look, there's like a starry sky under here. You can kind of see it kind of feels like you're in the depths a little bit in here. Like the depths from Tears of the Kingdom. It does kind of feel like that if you look up, but you can't really move up and down the depths here. It's more like the depths felt natural, if, fractured. You can definitely tell starlight in the underground is like an artificial thing and you're not sure where. But I will say that the Siofra River is one of my favorite places in Elden Ring because of how pretty it looks. Mr. Jason says, since Elden Ring is more difficult than The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I hope that you're not going out of your depth. Out of your depths? Uh-huh. Sure. I won't be. Nabbit. So here, if you wanted to, if you didn't want to get any of the animals, like any of the common animals up on the surface, the depths are I'm so, nabbit. The Siafer River Underground is like the place to do that. There are animals everywhere. Everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. We're gonna go grab the map. This is what I meant when I said the 8 braziers. See this brazier over here? This obelisk with a sconce in it. In other words, that one's lit up. These other 7 are not lit up. Why? Because we went and lit up that brazier, that obelisk over there. We need to light 8 of these in order to get at the boss. Not for this entire region. It's the ancestor spirit, which is what this thing is not the only boss that's present, but it is the one that we have the stats to fight right now. We do not have the stats for what's up there. That's too many tiers advanced. Promise. This place is difficult, and I look forward to showcasing that because this is one of the splits I expect to die at a lot. There are lots of ambushes. There are lots of places where things will just spawn in and you have to deal with the ambush. The underground is quite a significant step up in difficulty. If you thought that Elden Ring looked easy before. Oh, also I should add a couple of things, or like shuffle out some spells while we're here. That's gonna be, oh, sorry, this would be it here. Don't think there's poison, so instead I'll bring out magic fortification here. Lots of stuff deals magic damage here in this section of the underground, so having it is not a bad idea. Now let's start traipsing through the underground, shall we? Although I guess before that, I do want to come right over here, just real quick, and grab a bow, which is right here. The horn bow. If I do have to do the archery challenge, this one's got a pretty good range multiplier on it, so it wouldn't be half bad for attempting challenges with. That said, I'm still not convinced. I've kind of been poking around trying to find extra information, but I think what I'm doing is really just so far afield that I'm gonna have to make decisions. Ah, yes, the main gimmick here is these phantoms here. These things can strike up to 6 times in a row, and they will track you really, really hard. I get killed by the ancestor warriors a lot. A lot. Come on. Yep. And you kind of have to, there are some that will whip out a bow and you're kind of just encouraged to kind of find cover while you're dealing with them. You are definitely encouraged to do that. Now, they don't take long to be struck down, but constantly using powerful magic spells in a place like this is very taxing. Also, there are quite a number of times where I have just, you know, fallen off a cliff. I'll be fighting one of these guys, and I'll be doing fine, and then I will be, you know, I'll be pushed off the cliff. I'll have a magic arrow stuck in my face, and I fall down, or I miscalculate a jump and fall down. There are lots of places to die here. So I know this is going to be one of the places I have to work on with this run in particular, or with when we're done routing and doing a real run. I do expect to die here a lot. If you guys want to keep up with any notes that I may have taken beforehand, or notes that I take during the run, !ERPath is the command for YouTube. Use a star, and for kick, use a caret. That is Shift 6 on your keyboard, and you'll be good to go. It'll get you access to the same stuff. I work pretty hard to source these things. This is an awful time to have guys coming in right with when the ad break is happening. I'm making this look easy, but it's not. I have to be on my toes. There are going to be times where I just have to stop talking and deal with the enemy at hand. I'm sort of waiting for the alerts and stuff to, like,
you hear that off
come in right now.
And inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. That's the part of content creation I don't care for. You guys have been a wonderful audience so far. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of every hour. So in about 3.5 minutes from now, we'll be taking our first one to the right or to the left of the webcam. When that time comes, will be a timer, and it'll read for 3 minutes. During that time, there will be ads that'll be playing, and I will be getting up to take a stretch. I highly encourage you guys to do the same thing. It's going to make the time pass by faster for you, but do feel free to spend the time in whatever way you like. When the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned, and we can pick right back up where we left off before. Let me just double check our wonderful chat rooms here. Okay, cool. Watch, this is gonna be the part where I go through this section without dying at all. Knock on wood. And then people are gonna be like, Coin, why are you selling yourself short all the time? That's because I actually have, I'm speaking from experience here. I have died before. lots of times. I have old clips to, like, prove it. You know. Thanks for saying that, imaginary audience member number 999. I really appreciate you chastising and calling me out on, you know, the things that I say. Okay, I know there's a second one right there. All right, sure. Bye. Okay, how much of the raiment do we have? We have the fur raiment. It looks like all we have is the chest piece. We actually do need to farm here. Farm in here for the fur set. It's a 3-piece set. Each piece that you equip increases the FP you gain from kill. I'll put on that right now. Look at the drip. I think we got some fantastic drip. I don't know about anyone else, but I could see myself cosplaying in that, like, right there as, like, an original OC or something. That would be hilarious. Elden Ring does have some fantastic, like, paper doll effects going on. And paper dolls are hard to, like, code and work in with video games. That's a lot of extra texturing and modeling that a lot of people don't bother doing because it's a lot of extra overhead for no reason. Just gotta keep my eyes peeled. Don't want to be getting ambushed. Lots of stuff pops in as you're walking and moving around in these parts. Okay, I'm gonna get in these bushes and I'm gonna see if I can't wait here. Thank you guys so much, and I will be back after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Oh, my tactic actually worked and I didn't die. Nice. Let's check up on all of our lovely chat program rooms. Cool. Cool. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine. But boy, oh boy. I don't have this on the soundboard in particular. That's what I'm looking for. Boy, oh boy.
Goodness gracious, the way it glistens.
I needed that laugh. I needed it so bad. I'd forgotten about that statement that's that the VA for Celivis is really funny. Wow, you I got the 2-for-1 special. No, definitely not. All right, come on. Pathetic. Get out of here with that. But so yeah, these guys can drop their whole set of gear. They can drop dwellers arrows and some beast parts like bones or lumps of flesh and stuff like that. So it can very much be worth your while to come over here and like farm animals if you need to do that. It can very much be worth your while to do that. So that's 2 braziers out of 8. Another out of the list of reasons that I like to see off a river area is because if you're low on FP and you've got these FP generator spells, you can use the animals to like top off on FP you might be missing out on. It's great. It's fantastic. Watch out for these wisps though. They are considered entities, so when they fizzle out, if you've got like a on kill get this effect, like you will get that effect, but you can target them in vanilla, but you couldn't actually hurt them. Reforged just removes your ability to target them altogether. Like they're actually the environmental hazard that the game wants them to be, with like a couple of interesting properties about them. Okay, I'm trying to think of the best way I wanted to tackle this. I guess maybe come over here first. Yeah, come over this way, because there are some items, some goodies up here that we want. No rune pieces over there. Okay, let's get the difficult rune piece out of the way first, which is like over here. Like I said, I have died to gravity far too many times in this place. A lot of places. I'm wondering if there are some rune pieces. I would have seen the one here, but... Rendering. Can't be too sure about rendering errors. So, that over there is Crucible Knight Kiernan, a super boss in the game, in Elden Ring Reforged. He's one of the custom ones. He's really hard. He's got like 2 phases and lots of resistances and stuff. Over there is where Moog, the Lord of Blood, is at. He's also a shard bearer. We will be going up there eventually. Also, our path into the DLC is up there. So, we got lots of things to do about that. I'm trying to be extra careful. Okay. So far, so good. Oh, those are difficult jumps, man. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna, like, fall down here like a normal human being. And then we're gonna get on the horse. There we go. Okay. That was stressful. That was extra stressful. Greetings, Mr. Shadio. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in to another fine session of Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only routing, and we are doing a very difficult section of the routing where it is very easy to die. It is like extremely easy to slip up and die. You're pretty good. You finally slept better. Nice. The sleep schedule was a little bit of chaos. I'm glad you got your sleep schedule more or less ironed out, right? You probably aren't totally finished doing that, but I can't imagine you wouldn't say that unless it was at least partially ironed out. Okay, let's meet ambush o'clock here. Yep, there's 2 of them right there. Mr. Jason says, or I'm sorry, Mr. Shatnu says, yes, you just have to try really hard not to mess it up again because you find yourself at 6 a.m. reading about random stuff. Tell me about it. I do the same thing. Maybe not exactly the same thing, but if I don't catch myself and stick to listening to the funnies during bedtime, I will be up, doom scrolling or reading about the bad things that are happening throughout the world and here at home and getting very upset when I read them. It's a self-inflicted doom spiral, quite honestly. Okay, let me just I'm gonna lock in for a couple of seconds while I figure out while I try not to get hit by like kind of difficult opponents here. Ugh. Oh, we got another component. Good, good. Only one more piece of this to find. And then we've got our kit for the future. And I'm taking my time with this bit today. Because there are just so many places where an ambush can happen or I could fall. Like if I attempted to go up there, you technically can do that. Make your way up to like this upper aqueduct area. There is a good chance I will die to gravity. So I'm kind of taking my time with that. Ow. Don't do that, video game. Mr. Shadyo is like, your girlfriend is like, what did you do from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m.? You're like, I read about sleeper agents, special forces, and how espionage things work. And of course she's like, for 4 hours? My husband knows all about the history of World War II and all these other things. Like meme. Like my husband is well read on history, but I'm the one doing the housework. That kind of meme. Yeah, I do get caught up reading and trying to like understand how we got to this point in history. I mean, what else do I have to do, right? Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Good to see ya. Mr. Shadyo's like, oh, I wasn't aware that Mr. Coin is married. I wish. No, I'm quoting a meme. That's all I'm doing, is I'm quoting a meme about how wives often talk about their husbands. No, if I were a married man, I don't know where I'd be, honestly. I want to be married, but I need to be in better physical shape first, number one. And number two, I need to be self-sufficient and independent. I'm currently none of those things right now. So why the hell would I inflict someone else with my physical and mental conditions? Or my finances or lack thereof? That doesn't make any sense. Better to die alone than to tether someone with debt or other problems. In my opinion, anyway. Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin is married to his passion. Currently, I suppose. I would like to be married to, like, an actual person. But that'll have to wait. Who knows? Maybe in the next 5 years I could see that happening. Of course, I will be well past the age where I should be producing children at that point. Fun fact, after 36, due to medical studies, basically, no matter which sex you are, your chances of producing children with birth defects or familial or Robertsonian Downs or Down syndrome, the tendency to have trisomy or monosomy disorders, it goes from like 1 in, say, 36, it goes from like 1 in like 250,000 births to like 1 in 6. Like every 1 out of 6 children that you help sire through your own bloodline will be born with stuff like that. It's just not good to biologically have children after 36. There's nothing wrong with that, but it is something you have to bear in mind that just gonna come over here. It is something you have to bear in mind when when you get ready to think about children, or like having children, adopting children. Doesn't matter. You should be aware of what your genetics are. Mr. Shadyo says, in your case, your girlfriend helped a lot with your mental health by spending time with you. That's true. That is true. I do hope the husbands and boyfriends of this world do thank their girlfriends and their wives and their significant others for spending time with them. I do hope people are doing that. Mr. Shadia goes on to say, makes sense, very interesting. Feel free to Google that with additional research. Don't just rely on me. But I was exposed to a lot of genetic literature when I was trying to get my bachelor's in cellular and molecular biology, because cellular genetics is very important. How DNA, or how the traits and genes in DNA and how information is transcribed and transformed from information into genetic byproduct is very important. Because it's easy to say, oh, Gregor Mendel, it can't be that hard, can it? But when you look under the hood with a microscope or an electron microscope, you realize that, well, Gregor Mendel had an intuition for certain things, right? Gregor Mendel also got a little bit lucky with what he was doing. Just a little bit. If he had just changed the plant he was using, he would have perhaps come to a different conclusion. Possibly. Mr. Jason says you're not sure about children. If they're anything like your youngest niece, they'll be annoying, but lovable, right? Hopefully lovable, not just annoying. We all were annoying children once, is the point I want to make there. And someone else's yum. That is true with humans, and it is true with everything else. Mr. Jason says, I mean, I sure hope so. They're your niece. You don't have to like them. You don't have to like your family, but you should love them. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Hold on. Really? How did I lose stamina from all that? Why are these things so resistant to being lopped off? All right. Mr. Jason says, oh, you mean, yeah, she has a baseline of love. Good, good, good. Glad to hear it. Mr. Shadyo says, I hope that you will have children. Either the education system will change or the kids will love school. Because if the kid loves school as much as you and your GF, well, it won't be fun. Your poor mom had to fight with you every day to do homework. Well, part of that's going to depend on you. If your child sees that you're successful and you share the stories of oh, I am not, I didn't take my education very seriously, and they see that you're getting rewards for it. And not so much rewards, but like, they don't have any other barometer of success other than what you're doing, then your child may very end up with that. They may end up with that attitude, that outlook. And if they do have that attitude or outlook, that'll be something you have to deal with. I hate octopi when I get in here like this. Hold on, let me see if I can't get a more focused spray on the arms. I guess not. Sure, video game, whatever you say, I guess. You see what I mean? A bunch of forced and unforced errors, and I could very easily be dead. Mr. Shadio says, funnily enough, Mr. Coin, you also didn't want a relationship, but it just happened. Fair, fair. I want to leave, and I guess that gives me the opportunity to say, I'm not closed off to the idea of a relationship as I am, right? But I know I have a lot more to work on than the average person, so not only do I not hold out any hope about that, I also know that if I were in another person's shoes and I were thin, attractive, and well-to-do, I would want someone to at least be marginally successful. They don't have to be fit, but they should be healthy. Like, obey the standards you want to see that you set for yourself for other people. Be at least willing to meet that, or be quiet. Don't complain when you don't have a relationship, and accept that if you're not going to do anything to change or fix that, well, you get what you get in life. Mr. Shadu says, damn, there's definitely a Rule 34 with the land octopus, the guy with the tentacles. Yeah, there definitely is. Although, that we're definitely getting into monster screwing territory, and not, not just ooh-woo hentai, what's this? Definitely not just hentai. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, if it wasn't a game key card, you would have purchased at least one copy. You see, good sir, Nintendo Switch, 50 pounds, was manageable for Mr. Jason, but 66 pounds and 99 pence is, a lot more each, is a lot more of a bitter pill to swallow. Yeah. Exactly. That's why indie gaming is eating so well right now. I did not mean to do that. I wanted to toggle the spell first, but it's fine. You can get a lot of runes here. Siofra River is a pretty good place to farm early game if you want levels. Like, a lot of levels. Especially in preparation for, like, Stormvale Castle. Yeah, like, coming here is just a good idea. Yuck. Gross. Absolutely not. run. Yeah, the game key cards, I think, are why, you know, Steam and, or that is to say Valve and, indie gaming in general is eating really well right now, because these people are not, you know, imposing conditions on the consumer in the, in the meantime. Shadio says, breaking news, Mr. Coin destroying the fauna with fire. Talk about and the flora. talk about burning bushes. Am I right?
Sure, Jan.
The sure Jan was for my part of that segment, but you get the laugh track, good sir. Mr. Jason says, a few weeks back, you finally did your first ever shop at M&S, otherwise known as Marks and Spencer, which is a more upmarket food store. You were at your friend's place and you purchased some food to make a Chinese meal, and it was surprisingly less than 40 pounds. I guess if you're cooking enough for a lot of people, that's probably good money. Yeah, that's probably not a bad rate on food. It's hard for me to quantify 40 pounds without knowing more about the items that were bought. Are we talking like noodles? Are we talking like certain vegetables, like enough, enough to feed like a family of 6 or something? Just something along those lines. Let's see, do we have... I don't think we've... Yeah, we've not gotten the footwear yet. Okay, so that was that whole segment done, pretty much. That whole, like, leg of the journey. Now we gotta do what I think is my least favorite part of... do what I think is my least favorite part of the Siofra River area by far. Mr. Shadia says, so Mr. Coin, the goal is that the total is 000? Yes, that is the goal. So the total should read zeros in all 3 places. No deaths to a boss, no deaths on the way there, and none throughout the entire run. Absolutely. And that, you know, Mr. Shadio says 470 runs dead. We're routing right now. See, that's the nice part, Mr. Shadio, is that we're not doing a real run right now. We're routing. But part of the routing experience is to have the split counter up there underneath me so that people know where we are and where we're going, right? Imagine if I just had a death counter with no information on it. That would be wild. How would you guys know what we're going or what we're doing? That's crazy. That's wild. So the splits counter is typically brought out for hitless runs, where that matters a lot more, but I like providing information. Plus, I kind of need that level of precision just to help me with what I'm doing on my own anyway. How do I know that where I want to improve in my routing is, like, I don't know, let's say Melania, the goddess of rot, or you know, Fire Giant, or, you know, the 8 braziers, or something like that. I don't know where to improve if I don't keep detailed information. And yes, it all goes in the notes, but sometimes you need a secondary place to have that stuff, and the splits counter is a good place to have it. What I'm wanting to do is, like, eyeball this straightaway up here. Yeah, see, now they appear. I guess we can do this while we're here. Sure. we've barely covered, so we started here, right? We started here, we made it up to the riverbank and started working on braziers, right? We're 90 minutes in and we've only made it here. Now, granted, if, you know, let's say I were talking less, right? Like a lot less or significantly less. I still think we would, this whole section would take an entire day to complete. I did not. Am I wanting to do this? Hold on. No, not really. This is the part that I might die here if I'm not careful. Yep, it's 1 over. Mr. Shad, or I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says, oh, just for you and your friend, you purchased, checks receipt, crispy prawns, lemon chicken, chicken chow mein, panda buns, egg fried rice, vegetable spring rolls, prawn toast, sweet and sour sauce, and prawn crackers. That is certainly a feast for two. That is true. Mr. Shadio says, makes sense. Yeah, glad that's making sense to you. Mr. Jason says, in a normal Elden Ring run, is Margit the Fell Omen the first encounter? You're sure you remember that name, but correct you if you're wrong. Usually Tree Sentinel is, but like let's say you're talking about all Remembrance, or like all major bosses, or even just all Remembrances. Yeah, a lot of people will speed run right to Margit the Fell Omen. He can definitely be a first encounter. Yeah. Absolutely. Did I miss another message? No. Okay, I covered the one I missed just now. Mr. Shadyer says, it's also kind of a 100% run. Mr. Coin collects all the items? No. All content is not all items. All content generally means every boss, major, minor, field, doesn't matter, shard bearer, all of that. In Reforged, because the encampments are marked, so like there are other things on the map, right? This is an encampment. You defeat all the enemies there. You get an item only after defeating them. Ruins are something else. There are sigils you have to release to unlock the basement of the ruins, so they've now become an encounter. Those are things Reforged has done. Normally in an all-content run for base game, these things are not included, normally speaking. It's just all bosses. Reforged just kind of upped the ante a little bit. And of course, there is a little bit of subjective definition manipulation going on. Like if Couch Jockey does an all-content run, there are certain things he does and doesn't do. Although all content is supposed to be pretty thorough. And that might be different from what Gino Muccino was doing when they're talking about an all-content run. Yeah, Team Hitless comes up with the definitions for these things, but there is some slight room for nuance. Now, the thing of... the thing about all content here in Reforged that I'm currently mulling over is, do I include the archery challenge or not? Because the thing about the archery challenge is, in order to complete the archery challenge, you need to shoot rainbow scarabs. Rainbow scarabs are living creatures, and I'm pretty sure there's a codex entry for them. So if I do that, and I don't use a bow. If I can do it and not use a bow, that's fine. But if I have to use a bow, then I'm already violating the conditions of the run, right? I don't know if I need to write in an inclusion for the archery challenges yet. Mr. Shadyu says Distortion 2 is the only main speedrunner and challenge runner that you're watching. Oh. What sorts of things does Distortion do, if you don't mind my asking? I have heard the name, but I forget what he's known for. The name does at least sound familiar. Frick. No, 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 no. Please don't find me. Not right now. Thank you. That was close. What's up, Mr. Jason? Oh, don't do that. Get out your axe. Thank you. Uh-oh. Mr. Jason says a little while ago you purchased a 4 terabyte NVMe or NVMe SSD for your Sony PlayStation 5. Mr. Jason could have gone for literally any one of them. Got him. It's super easy to get killed by these. But Mr. Jason, as you'd expect from Mr. Jason, went for the Western Digital WD Black SN850p 4 terabyte NVMe SSD with the Sony PlayStation logo. Nice. It sounds like a pretty high spec one. Mr. Shadio says he's most known for Dark Souls 2 world records in all the bosses categories. Okay, yeah, what you're saying is making me remember who he is. Yeah, he's pretty... He really knows what he's doing with Soulsborne games. He's kind of like, he's like Happy Hob. Happy Hob, has like, is like quite gifted at the Soulsborne franchise. Other than that, he speedruns most of the Souls-like games, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, and Resident Evil. Right now, he's doing the speedrun routing for Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Wow. That is quite a tonal shift from Dark Souls. I'm going to be real honest. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason didn't need the one with the Sony PlayStation logo, but does it make it more official, Mr. Jason, having the logo? Wow, I'm lucky I am just able to beat out their reflexes there. Okay, so up there on that hill is probably the most difficult brazier in the entire world to light. Mr. Jason says it does. Good, good. I thought as much. Mr. Shadio says these are basically his main speedruns, RE games, and Souls games. Yep. That's fair. And speedrunning is challenge running. Not all challenge runs are speed runs, but speed runs are definitely a form of challenge run. I have had friends tell me that, you know, with how much you care about precision, you know, you should do speed running as well, but as I am apt to tell my IRL friends very often, I fumble over controls a lot. I'm actually very bad at that type of thing. I'm much better at challenge runs like these where I can take my time and I'm much less stressed out. And platformers are the ones that give me real stress. These games I've played basically ever since I was like 15 or 16. I've played games like these. I've had a long history of Soulsborne content. The only two Soulsborne games I've not touched are Demon Souls and Bloodborne. And of course, I'm constantly keeping my eyes out for any information regarding remakes, fan remakes or otherwise. And so far, all the information is just silence, really. I know this is not a boss, but I am going to lock in for a second while we do this. There's a huge ambush that's going to be up here, and I could die over that. I will read all of your wonderful comments in just a moment. You guys will see what I mean when I say there's going to be an ambush and I'm really going to have to think about what I'm doing. Okay, that was stressful. Usually what happens is I'll get a little bit too close to that brazier up there, such that the two guys that I went and took care of during that initial exchange are already shooting at me. And what I have not bothered to explain yet, because it's not happened yet, is when this is happening, they will charge up one of these dwelling arrows, which deal magic damage, I might add. 50 points of magic damage. Which, let me tell you, my armor is less adept at withstanding magic attacks, generally speaking. And what they're using as a special technique, I have lost half my health in a single strike from one of those charged dwelling arrows. And if two ancestral warriors spot you with bows and start charging dwelling arrows, good luck. You are probably dead if you do not find cover within, like, say, 2 seconds. They're not fast. They do take a while, but by the time, unless you're already behind cover, you are likely getting pegged at least once, and the stun lock is going to ensure you get pegged again. It's really bad. Okay, let me catch up on messages, and we will keep moving. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, the Sony PlayStation 5's box says 825 gigabytes on it. And then you set it up and it says 667.2 gigabytes. So with 4 terabytes, Mr. Jason has 5 times the base storage. Nice. Yeah, that's good storage right there. Mr. Shadow says the RNG can really be a... blech. Let's use another word. Pain. Yes. RNG can be painful. It's fine. It was fine during the routing. Guess what? When we get ready to do the real running, I'm going to probably mess it up, and I'm going to die here multiple times. And I'm probably going to throw a roll of paper towels when that happens. Mr. Shadow says, sneaky, sneaky, good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Shadio then goes on to say, can you also crouch in the vanilla game? Yes. You can crouch in vanilla. The sounds are different in vanilla. You can sneak a lot more effectively in vanilla than you can here because the sounds are actually done properly in the game, and the enemy is generally... they generally pay somewhat more attention to, like, sounds, but you can also more easily distract them, too. So there's trade-offs. Also, unlike Elden Ring Reforged, or unlike Elden Ring, the base game, the vanilla game, guess what? We can do this. We can slide when we're dashing. And because we can do that, we can transition from this to this. Normally, if you're doing that, you'll just kind of do kind of this number here where you're crouching. You kind of go into a crouch as you sprint, but you get the full-on slide with Reforged. And the cherry on top is that the sliding animation is a ducking animation. And you get iframes during that. That's incredible. And it only took 3-4 years to figure out the tech and get on board with the slide. Mr. Jason says, you understand, Mr. Coin, but there's no use dwelling on what has happened in the past, good sir. Hardy, har, har. Mr. Shadio says, damn, so sliding is not in vanilla. Nope, not at all. You would for sure see it in speedrunning. Absolutely. You can even control your slide like this. You can kind of curve around corners, and what happens when you slide is the slide will act and set off a flag for this is the last known noise that was made, and then when you crouch and go somewhere else, the enemy will tend to, they'll still look around, right? But they're more likely to stop and inspect the spot of the slide rather than, you know, where you last were. The enemy has less magical information about where the player is. In other words, the stealth is more realistic. Mr. Jason says that this game was running in 1 to 2 FPS. It would really be a slideshow. Yeah. Mr. Shadio says, never saw crouching though. The speedrunner guy is always running. Well, that's because it's always effective to be running. If you're speedrunning, you don't got time to do this. I'll finish that statement in a second. So this is your speed when you're dashing while crouched. And this is your speed when you're sprinting. Sprinting is faster. And since you're doing a timed run, yeah, it makes sense that you would not crouch. There's no reason in a speed run to crouch. Because in general, with Soulsborne games, because enemy leashing is a thing that happens, and happens often, you don't need to constantly worry about, you know, when is the enemy going to catch up to you. The enemies do eventually return back to their positions. More so in Dark Souls 2 and later titles, but you can sometimes get that to happen in Dark Souls 1. Sometimes. But stealth became more over a bigger thing in Dark Souls 2 moving forward. You could only crouch in Elden Ring, but stealthy mechanics became more and more over a thing in later Soulsborne titles. Mr. Jason says, Aelin would be pleased, good sir. It's Thursday and only 20 jokes. Indeed. Let me get out of here before I get peppered to death by ancestral archers. I don't want that. No one does. You silly little ram. In a hitless run, that would be a hit. Yucky. Unfortunate. I did get that right. I did light that brazier. I remember doing that, yep. Okay, so we're halfway through. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason also purchased a Lexar 1TB Play Pro Micro SDXC Express card, and this was one of the reasons why. Hold on.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys for sitting through that and for being a wonderful audience. We do take commercial breaks around here. In about 3 minutes from now, we'll be taking the next one. And during that time, ads will be playing and I'll be getting up to take a stretch. I highly encourage you guys to do the same. The timer for that will be on the left-hand side of my webcam. You know, I encourage you guys to do the same thing, get up, stretch, and all that fun stuff. It'll make the time pass faster, but spend that time however you like. Because once that timer is, timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick right back up where we left off. I actually think we're making pretty good progress today, all things considered. We are, about halfway through the 8 braziers. I kind of expect this split to take a long time. Let's catch up on the chats like right now. I did look at the specs during the commercial break. Those are some pretty nice specs. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason likes to try and get the world first items. Makes sense. You go on to say, if you purchase some Christmas decorations of the main character from the Legend of Zelda series and hung them on my Christmas tree, I would have a link tree too, good sir. Ha ha. Mr. Shadio says, Highguard shutting down after only after 45 days. Yeah, it's such a shame. It didn't have to be that way. But what can I say? The game was just mismanaged from the top down. They tried to do an Apex Legends and they failed. Yuck. Mr. Shady, oh, that is directed at Mr. Jason. Okay. Let me lock in a minute here. You know what? That doesn't surprise me that she blasted almost... Wow. That's kind of impressive. I have only slightly more stamina for being in office. Slightly more than a really poorly managed video game. Wow. What a riveting development. There will be a site of grace coming up soon. Yeah, that's one of the other things that makes this particular section really hard, is look at the distance between the grace sites. That's an incredible amount of time to go without being able to recharge heals properly, or running out of flasks for FP management. That is a nuts distance to have to travel for that. We'll pick right back up where we left off after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let me see what has transpired in our spots. Okay, and there seems to be a bunch of conversation regarding Animal Crossing games. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, first off, welcome back, good sir. Thank you, thank you. Second of all, the retail price of the Lexar 1 terabyte Play Pro Micro SDXC express card was $199, and so $200, good sir. But that kind of price is right up Mr. Jason Street. Understandable. Maybe someday I can afford something like that, but for now, either gym membership or you know, an LLC license. One of those two things will be happening along with my license this year. I do need to do that. All right. Let's get to some of the more precarious sections, eh? Although, we did get one of the more difficult braziers behind us. Like that was a thing that happened. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, you don't just have anyone over to Mr. Jason's ACNH island. See what I mean? It does not take long for these guys to kind of whittle you down if you let them, or if you're not paying attention. I just lost a lot of focus points over that FP. I lost a lot of focus points to heal some of that mistake right back up. It's kind of gross. Got a TBH. But we're at least done with the front half of the 8 braziers. Hooray! We're done with the front half of this one split. Oh my god. That's awful. Mr. Jason says, you're still not sure what those 6 sealed copies of Paper Mario the 1,000-Year Door are, good sir. I have faith you'll find them, good sir. You just gotta keep looking. You gotta take the time out of your day to look.
Oh, a customer.
Soap, and yeah, good. We do want all of this. Well, not all of this, but like, I do want the stone sword keys and a bunch of other stuff. Mr. Jason says you keep meaning to look. Oh, and I guess this too while I'm here. Well, eventually you'll do more than mean to, right? Eventually. You're not under a time crunch to find it, right? So because of that, you know, I would hold out. I would hold out hope that you'll find them. I would also maybe schedule yourself some time to look for that sort of thing, if you're really vested in trying to find them. Just get rid of all of these extra items I don't need. I probably don't actually really need this either, now that I'm thinking on it. And I don't need that either. Okay. I do think we've sold all we're gonna get, and we somehow managed to break even. Mr. Jason says, but as you said the other day, these absolutely lovely streamers keep going live and distracting you, good sir. Especially that dapper gentleman that appears around, at or around, your 6 p.m. Time slot. I appreciate that, good sir. I do. You can lurk. It's okay. If you wanna have me in the background, I've got a bot. You really don't have to do much if you want to lurk on one of my streams while you attempt to either do something or you want to look for these titles. That's totally fine. I try to be very lurker friendly. I try to be very lurker friendly. I'm not always the best at that, but I do at least try. Which means I try to talk, and I try to talk often. Although this game definitely is going to stress test that a lot. Sir Jason says, but Mr. Coin, what if I lurk and then miss the opportunity to appreciate the wonderful Elden, Kappa? I mean, fair. Opportunity costs, good sir. Life is all about opportunity costs. If there's one thing from economics that you should always, like, bear with you, and the concept that you should carry with you as you're living life, it is that everything is an opportunity cost. And it is up to you to decide what sort of opportunity cost are you willing to pay. See that? See that? Death. That could have been death right there. If I gotten pegged with a third attack, that would have been really bad. It's fine. There's a grace site not too far from here. Just focus on staying alive. Yay! Yeah, see, you move 5 feet and there's an ambush waiting right there. Mr. Shadio says, well, you have to go now, good sirs. See ya. Thank you very much for stopping by, Mr. Shadio, as always. It was good to see you, good sir. I hope you rest well, my lovely senator, and I do hope to see you again sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Come on, right this way, you silly guy. I'm eyeing a deer I can hunt right here and hopefully... Oh, or a stag. Let's hunt a stag right there. Yay! There. Enough FP to be functional. Mr. Jason says, do you have any updates on ticket 006? Good sir, it doesn't matter if you've not archived it yet or locked it yet, but you're curious to know if anything new has occurred. No updates on Ticket 6, I'm assuming that the guy doesn't have questions. Or questions of any kind. I've not quite archived it all the way yet. I will get that done today and get the ticket archived, that way it can be closed. Then the only ticket we have left to deal with is the playtest ticket, which I know I'm not part of that department or anything, but like, it's been almost 2 months since that ticket was processed. I just don't think anyone is paying any attention to it, or people have handled it in their own in-groups and have not bothered to deal with the ticket, so... IDK. Truly. But, I'm hoping that that gets closed real soon. And or I'm given the okay to, like, log the ticket myself. I would happily close it. This is just the space of the troll departments, so I want to be careful about... Ow. Uh-oh. It's fine. 1 second. I really hate when they do this. Oh. I'm all out of healing, I think. Do I have like a meat dumpling? Do I have the ability to make a meat dumpling? No, I do not. I am totally spent right now. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, when you mentioned the Chinese meal that you purchased when you were at your friend's, these are the panda buns you mentioned? Oh. Panda steamed buns. Those look great. Yum, yum. Very delicious. They are kind of adorable, yes. And inside of them was mushroom. Mr. Gordu Goku says, beat the crab out of him. Nice, nice. I was worried he was going to beat the crab out of me, though. Not gonna lie.
Sure, Jan.
Welcome on in, Mr. Gordu Goku. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well and that your mom is doing well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. You're catching the tail end of a really complicated, difficult split right now. I need to find like a couple creatures to kill or something. It's about the... Really? Yeah, I need to find like tortoises or boars or something to like, to kill here. Because right now I'm critically low on health, and that's not a great place to be. But other than your mom, of course, because I know that may be a terse subject, and I don't want you to talk about that if you don't want to. How have you been? Mr. Gordu Goku says, so far so good, so though she's in the hospital, but it helps her get the medicine sooner. Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear she's getting the necessary help and treatments for that sort of thing. Cancer sucks. Like, it really sucks. No one should have to deal with it, but, you know, life is neither kind nor fair, and it's kind of up to us to make, you know, to live it fairly and to treat other people fairly. I might be okay with placing this heal here. We'll see. This should be enough health to get us across the finish line. But I am glad to hear that your mom is doing well. Yeah, cancer is awful. People are wanting to... Hold on. I really got to keep my eyeball on the game right this second. Because every little mistake I make matters right now. When we actually get ready to do a real run, this is going to be the kind of split I expect to die on a lot. For this express reason. Mr. Gordu Goku says he looks horny to you. Fair. I mean, it's true. It's true. Now, if you mean the character, well, I mean, I guess that's also true. I'm wearing horns, but I figured you probably meant the ancestral follower there. As soon as I walk up to this, yeah, absolutely. I thought they might spawn in. All right. It is. Be very quiet. We're hunting for ancestral followers. in all seriousness, we are actually hunting them because we don't have the pants from the fur raiment set. This is one of the times where I actually have written down these special instructions to farm these guys if we don't have the set by the time the split's over. Hold on. Okay. Never mind. I was worried we were gonna have to hunt. But now we have our drip when we're out exploring. The fur set and the great horned headband is part of that. All of this has the same effect as the sacrificial axe, which is to restore FP on defeating enemies. What that means, what this set and this axe mean is that essentially, a flame sling, even a fully charged flame sling, is almost free. Almost. Just about free. And an uncharged flame sling is free, or you even get FP, like per kill if you kill with an uncharged flame sling. It's not very much, but it is something. Oh, well, we have one more crab that we gotta take out, I guess. Let's see if I can't get the jump on him. Mr. Jason says those should stop being ancestral followers and be following, and follow Mr. Coin here on Twitch. Yes. I have so many followers from this game that I have followers from way back before Twitch even existed. I think that's the kind of joke that would make, if I'm remembering right. I'm kind of having to do this weird, like, hybrid thing of being halfway in the game and halfway concentrating. Okay. Nah, I think I've got the drop on him. One other perk of the fur raiment is that we go back to actually having a light load. So we get the Bloodborne dodge again, which is really nice. Like that, like so. We get the Bloodborne dodge. Now, I am way more used to the non-Bloodborne dodge than the Bloodborne dodge, but I know how to use the Bloodborne dodge, the dashing dodge, well enough to make it work. I'm not, like, totally inept with it. In vanilla, you didn't get that. You either got the ability to roll fast, roll medium, or not at all. So that's one thing that Reforged cleans up quite well, is the apparent differences in playstyle. Oh, we're almost done with this split, everybody. We're almost done. Now we just have the really, really hard part. We're stopping, we're leveling up dexterity to 25, and that'll be the last breakpoint that we have for a while until we level up Arcane again to, like, say 45. Dexterity increases our cast speed. It's kind of really important. So we do want lots of casting speed, but we can't level up so much dexterity that we do not level up damage stats or health. Things of that nature. Oh, this feels much better. I feel much better about our prospects now that we've rested again. We've had a lot of close calls in this one split, and that's with me, you know, talking over, or, you know, us cracking jokes, or talking through a lot of the finer details. I hope you guys are getting an impression of how difficult the splits are, or how difficult this split is, I should say. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason did what Mr. Jason always offers today. Someone had an issue where they removed someone as a moderator on their channel, and you just inquired about it as you were curious, and you were told an entire 8,999 character story. It was quite shocking. This person that has other people that they trust as moderators, because you always mention that you can't always be there, but you made sure that they knew that adding people as lead moderator is something that you should only do if you trust that person. If you undoubtedly trust that person. Exactly. Always be careful with who you give moderator to. There's a reason why collecting moderator swords or bargaining for moderator privileges can be a double-edged sword, both for streamers and for the moderator themselves. Mr. Gordo Goku says, what is it, like Sword Trial, but for this game? I would describe this split as kind of like that. A lot of, I need to make very careful, I need to make a lot of very careful decisions. Literally true, Mr. Coin, a double-edged sword. Uh-huh. I'm gonna sure jam myself.
Sure, Jan.
But it is true. It is absolutely true. I think I made a pun without realizing it again. These guys, I don't know, I know why they're dancing, but we're gonna see the source of that in a second, or one of the sources of that. You'll sometimes find ancestral followers just doing this. They're kind of dancing and marching in place. Oh, you guys are gonna love what you hear next. If there's one thing that this game has a sub-theme on, it is little doots and tunes that the enemies or that some parts of the game have. But yeah, this is a really difficult split because there's just so much space. There's so much space between rest sites. So like, think of these rest sites as our checkpoints, right? And we can rest at them to recover our flasks, our resources. Look at the distance between these. That is a long time between areas down here in the lower bank. Conversely, here are some distances, you know, up top on the surface that are not in caves. There might be some stretches where you don't have rest sites, but for the most part, the distances are fairly reasonable. And, you know, that's accounting for our buddy Torrent here. But even with Torrent, even with a horse, and a lot of enemies between here and there, that's a long time to go while trying to make, you know, your flasks all stretch out and, you know, not die to stupid stuff. Not die because you got comboed to death, or insert something else here. Okay, I'll sit here a second so you guys can hear this. Yeah, they're all the phantoms that are next to one of these guys. Next to one of these phantoms that's like chanting, they all kind of dance in place. They won't attack you unless you get really close to them or you enter their line of view. But if you're stealthy, they'll kind of just sit there and dance. It's quite charming. It would be charming if it weren't annoying, I guess is what I would say to that. This section right here is really tough. Because, not this brazier, but that one up there. That's where the last one is. There are lots of archers that are up there, all these ancestral warriors. And let me just say that they have a stupid shooting range. If you want to see archers that act as snipers, we're staring at them right there. You know, rats notwithstanding. Which is just nuts, honestly. And if you break them out of their dance, they will, like, yell at something for some reason. And you can generally kill them. You prefer to see ancestral warriors where they're, you know, they're caught in a chant or they're dancing like that. Because when they're not caught in a chance, oh, they're gonna pop you something real good. I'm not gonna show it, but as we run through here, we're gonna have a lot of enemies we're kind of like dealing with. And they know how to lead their shots too, in case anyone forgot. These guys mean serious business. Are you gonna turn around, big guy? No, they're gonna sit and stare. I don't like that. That said, this is another difficult section, so I'm gonna stop talking for a while and lock the heck in, and I will catch up with chat just as soon as we're out of this neck of the woods, so to speak. Think of this as like a stealth section. You gotta be kidding me. See what I mean? Yep. Yep, that is a automatic reset. That is an automatic, like, rest at the grace site. Alright. Now they should be a little bit easier to deal with. I might want to make that as a note of mine, like make sure that I rest here so that they de-aggro. I hear rats. I know they're coming. So far, so good. We're not out of the woods yet, though. There's several places with rats. And we've got, this lovely creature up here. She likes to toss out, magic spouts from her horn that put people to sleep and deal magic damage. It's really not fun at all. I will read that as soon as we're out of this section. Or I feel like I can pause. Okay, I can pause right here. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is so glad that he bought the Hotel Chocolat Patisserie Chocolate Ostrich Easter Egg last year, good sir. It came in a nice premium tin case. This year it is presented in an elegant, fully recyclable cacao paper shell. Oh, so you can eat the paper? Is that right? Oh yeah, while I'm here, this is something else that the mod does. It comes with accessibility features, and one of them is actually giving you a real pause item, because this game does not pause normally, which I think is really cool, that you get the ability, that the devs thought of that Kernifer and the rest of his rest of their team thought of that. They thought of people that really just need to pause for like a second. I don't even think the Convergence has an item like that, because the game is a bit more streamlined than that, let's say. Anything else? I'm checking for rune pieces, you know, as I'm scanning the hillside here, but I think a lot of them are in more active areas, let's say. Ow. Ooh, that is not good. Oh yeah, the shamans have some sincere knockback. Okay, I can unlock the heck in now, at least for right this second. Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Jason knows one thing, good sir, and what might that be? They go on to say, these products, at least some of them, they are so fancy that some of them come with their own menu. Oh, I mean, yeah, the last patisserie chocolate ostrich egg came with a list of inclusions, did it not? I do remember you showing me that. And with that, that split is complete. Gordo Goku says, dude was pimp slapping. He was. They were. Absolutely. So now we just gotta... the last thing we gotta do in this section is go deal with an NPC phantom, and then we are good to go deal with a real boss. Ooh, I guess I can do this while we're here. Sure. Mr. Jason says, every single order also comes with a card delivery note. Yes, card and not paper. Yeah. A delivery card, huh? Okay, good. Fixed. Alright. It's time to deal with the NPC Phantom. When they show up, I'm really gonna have to lock the heck in. Like, I can't even pause during the lock-in period in order to go deal with something else. You guys will see what I mean when we get to her. Right now, we're okay to talk. And the ostrich egg is a yearly product, yeah? Mr. Jason says, if you calculated what you have spent with them since November 2024, Mr. Jason would probably have recurring nightmares. Probably, so you don't do that. It's the part where you are blissfully ignorant and do not attempt to calculate these things. I would guess that your price would have 4 digits before decimal point, though. Good sir, I would at least venture to guess that. Mr. Jason says, yes, good sir. I thought so. This right here is also true nightmare. I fear jumps like these. And wrapping around the edges of platforms like this. One false tilt or step and, automatic death. Not fun. Might be easy in a regular playthrough, but when you're doing a challenge run or routing for one, what can I say? The jumps like that really get to you. Mr. Gordogoku says this was cool. You're gonna bow out though. Have a great rest of stream. Everyone be good too. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Gordogoku. It's always a treat when you can come and visit, good sir. I do hope you rest well, and I get to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I don't get to see you again for whatever reason, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're gonna go... We have a date with a noble, someone of noblesse, yet bloody countenance, to deal with. That's going to be coming in right now. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the overlay again before I get too comfortable. Phew! That was close. Mr. Jason says around $1,600, good sir. Wow. Yeah, that's like what, 1,200 pounds roughly? I thought you weren't going to calculate that for your mental health, good sir. Well, I guess you're going to be having that recurring nightmare tonight. Hopefully not, but... Well, who knows? Maybe the knowledge will actually allow you to tell some stories about it. Mr. Jason says, actually you won't. I'm glad to hear that, for what that's worth. As soon as we get up here, I will go ahead and move the split over. Now is not a good time to do that right now. And the best part is we got our flasks back. Mr. Jason says, for you don't have nightmares because you just have dreams about the next wonderful stream of Mr. Quinn. I appreciate that. The fears are balanced out with the abject joy that you'll be experiencing next time. That's good. I am glad to see that for what that is worth. Besides, nightmares are usually not real. They can't hurt you. What's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Jason says, your dad was slightly disappointed with you in January, good sir. Oh. Everything all right? Okay, so of note, we're technically underneath Caelid right now. I'm not gonna take this. We could unlock the lift if we want to get there, and we will need to unlock this lift eventually, but we don't need to do it now. We can do it later when we have much better stats. Caelid is like 2 sets of tiers higher than what we can deal with right now. Mr. Jason says, you still need to pay off your TV as you got it on catalog because it was the only way to get one where you would save the money for it because you needed. But due to personal reasons, you weren't able to pay it off, and it is due in May of 2026. But you spent half of the amount back in January. Okay. However, Mr. Coin, I'm guessing the disappointment is like right in that first paragraph, probably. Good. I'm glad I actually lit those up. We're getting close to when I actually need to start scouting ahead in the pilot run through. We're not quite there yet, but I've pretty much scouted up to Liurnia, and then after that, you know, I'm back to being in the dark again. Oh, I did not want to do this. I did not want to do this. I need to readjust spells here. Hold on. We're carrying too many spells into the fight.
Shall I let my hand share them with me?
Sir Jason says, while it is not the full amount, you could, by the 19th of pay 790 pounds of the 1,099 pounds. So 310 of it will go to interest, but 310 pounds is better than 1,099 pounds. I guess your dad must be wondering why you haven't paid this off fully yet. Is that, is that the disappointment we're grasping at here? Yeah, and I'm fine with I'm fine with the rest of these spells. I think. Yeah, magic fort. We're gonna need that here. Mr. Jason says, oh, he knows. Due to personal reasons, you've had to allocate what you would have paid to your TV to other things. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's as much on that conversation as I think I would want to step on. I'm glad you're saying personal reasons here, but I'm sure the TV will be paid off eventually. Just gotta budget properly, and I'm confident that will be paid off. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you'll always say personal reasons. Too true, good sir. Okay, you guys are either gonna like this boss or think it's like watching paint dry. I've heard I have heard both takes. Mr. Jason says you're gonna have it paid off in 6 months. I mean, hey, that's better than a year. That is better than a year, for sure. Just making sure. I'm gonna do a quick check and make sure we're all good to go here, and then I think I have enough time before we have to worry about the incoming ad break. So, and Mr. Jason says, and you do have 240 pounds in cash if necessary, but you would prefer not to use that? Of course. Well, my lovely senators and inductees, I will pick up. I will see you guys on the other side of this, because this is not a difficult, but it is a tedious fight. See you after that, everybody. I'm gonna make sure I've shuttered the advertisements for this. I know I'm not gonna have enough time now because of the way the fights unfolded in the first minute. Okay, I think I've got that covered. So ignore the advertisement alert. That's not going to be happening here. Well, well, well. I definitely could have pressed the throttle a bit harder, or like held the throttle a bit less for the cerulean flasks. I have to remember I should be using those more often. The fight will go a lot faster. I was too focused on keeping my spirit jellyfish alive rather than doing DPS. We do take commercial breaks around here. I will also make sure that that stuff is turned on now. There we go. And that will be happening in about 2 minutes from now, roughly 2.5 minutes. When that time comes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam, and it'll read 3 minutes. During that time, ads will be playing, and I will be getting up to take a stretch. I highly encourage you guys to do the same thing. It'll make your time pass by a lot faster. But spend the time however you like. Once the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick right back up where we left off. I can't believe that segment got done. It only took us 3 hours to do it, but it is done. Now we actually go to Stormvale Castle. Yay! And then we'll be toward the end of Lyria, or toward the end of Limgrave, excuse me. That only took me 2.5 weeks to get there. Yeesh. But I'm happy that I actually was not expecting to get through those 3 sets of splits today. I was expecting to be stuck somewhere along the way after like dying. It's nice to have that done. Mr. Jason says you did do pretty well last year. 200 pound Hotel Chocolat, the signature cabinet, a 395.99 pound Nintendo Switch 2. A 145.34 pound Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons edition, and a 157.31 pound Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons edition. Only 4 digits. Yeah, I can imagine so. I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's take a quick opportunity to catch up on chat. I feel like I've been bad about chatting today. Then we can keep moving. I don't see any adjustments or changes, so I'll just double check what we need to level up, and we'll level up real quick.
Shall I let my hand share them with me? Your thoughts.
All right, I get to show you the section. Well, it's not. I mean, it's not really a bad section or anything. Just you can die here if you're not paying attention. You can do that. There are tons of soldiers that will aggro the second you get up here, and there is a ballistate operator. There are also lots of guys with crossbows. It's kind of a really big deal. But if you let them kind of pour in all on their own, really, come on, there's supposed to be collision for that. For now, we're gonna sit here and kind of wait. They go back to what they were doing? I suppose so. Let me come over here and, or not. No, they were already on their way. Alright. Back behind here, then. Come on. Might need to use the rest site trick again. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you very much. Oh, come on. I do tire of that. Yeah, I like I was saying, this section can be pure hell. What the What the heck was that pursuing? Oh my god, that is so good. And nobody else saw that, right? Of course, it would. That's funny. Anyone else? Mr. Jason says you've been tracking your pre-orders since 2021. Do you just keep track of all the invoices you get in your email? Do you use a spreadsheet? I'm just curious. These days, whatever I need to track, I put it on a spreadsheet. If it's like really important, it goes on a spreadsheet. If it's not that important, I don't bother. And the reason I'm coming out here, right, technically I don't really need to do this. But there is a scarab over there that has like an art in it. and I do want it. Mr. Jason says, on top of what you said above, good sir, you also in 2025 pre-ordered 2 the Super Mario Brothers Movie Limited Edition 4K Ultra HD Steelbook, 2 of the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 Limited Edition 4K Ultra HD Steelbook Sonic Edition, 2 of the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 Limited Edition 4K Ultra HD Steelbook Shadow Edition, Oh no, that's the other edition of the Steelbook there. 2 Sonic the Hedgehog 3 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 edition, plus Jamboree TV, times 2 Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar Limited Edition, Nintendo Switch 2. That's a lot of, like, cases and games, isn't it? I mean, I suppose it is. Okay, which side is the scarab facing? Facing over here. So if I run like so, it can't do anything. Nice. Oh, there's more. But wait, there's more. 1, Kirby and the Forgotten Land Nintendo Switch 2 Edition and Star-Crossed World. 3, Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2, Pokemon Legends Z to A Nintendo Switch 2 Edition Champions Choice Bundle for the Nintendo Switch 2. Pokemon Legends Z to A Champions Choice Bundle Nintendo Switch. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment Nintendo Switch 2, and 2 Rosalina's storybooks. Mr. Jason says there's always a part 2 with Mr. Jason. I'll bet. Market's not super hard, but you know, I have died to him before. Even with summoned help, sometimes the RNG. I also don't want to be doing this. Hold on. There, in Elden Ring, you can't. You gotta like send an NPC back. You gotta send NPCs back if before you rest at a rest site of grace. Calls rescue. Send an the Finger Severer. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. I need to change out 1 spell, and I believe I'm good here. We want Divine Fortification. Alright, we're good now. Oh. Uh-oh. Let me try going over to the Gilded Court and then back again. Plus, I do believe we got a 3rd tier 2 somber smithing stone, so we should be able to upgrade our catalyst prior to entering in the fight there. This menu allows early access to features that are being worked on but are currently incomplete. Things in this menu are safe to use but will likely be buggy or unpolished. No thanks. And there's our codex right here. So I guess let's upgrade the catalyst and then let's see if Rogier is back. Mr. Jason says, and those were all as well as your Hotel Chocolat, the signature cabinet, Nintendo Switch 2, and both Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons editions, good sir. And the last year's Hotel Chocolat Patisserie Chocolate Ostrich Easter Egg. Okay, so you gave me the list of all of it over the years. Makes sense. I don't know. Hotel Chocolate sounds just as good to me, but I'm a silly American. What do I know? That was just 2025, good sir. I think in 2026 we're going to find that list is going to diminish in size slightly as things just become more expensive.
Well, I took you from that man to lay out your own.
I would... Oh, I already did strengthen this. Never mind. Whoopsie. Now let's not deal with that. Oh, then, yeah, we're actually good to go here. I think we got the Godric Soldier ashes, right? I'm double checking. I'm double checking to make sure I didn't miss anything super, super important. We are missing those ashes. Okay, so there are some rune pieces. We do need to go back and get. It's mainly just the stuff that's out there, out there in this forest band area, and then after that we should be good to go. But at least we no longer have to worry about fighting our way in for the first time. We can just go around like this. Should be pretty easy pickings. I'm glad I did this check, because otherwise I definitely would have missed things for sure. So it's not up here, but there is a rune piece in this general direction that we can grab. Yeah, right there. And there is an item that we don't need, but are going to get anyway for runes later. Our item of choice is over here, where it's way more preoccupied. Just look at all those jellyfish. There we go. You can die real easy up here. You really don't want to do that. Never mind. I should go back to the rest site. Mr. Jason says, oh, it already is small, good sir. It is the 5th of March, and 2026's pre-orders list so far says 1 Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 edition, 1 Virtual Boy for Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch, 2 Talking Flower, 2 Nintendo The Super Mario Galaxy Movie, Hatchin' Yoshi Interactive Toy Egg, 1 The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Soundtrack Limited Edition, 8 LP box set, yeah, 8 LP box sets and 1 The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Soundtrack Limited Edition double. Oh, hold on, no. Limited Edition 8 and LP box set. I'm trying to make sure I know how I'm supposed to read that part. And then the double LP soundtrack limited edition. That is, yeah, it didn't take you 2 paragraphs. You didn't need to do a part 2, that's for sure. Okay. Let's get up here and actually do the real thing then. I get to show you guys cutscenes and stuff. Okay, Rajia, are you back? Yes. Very good. I was worried that we wouldn't have him back. Okay, so since I got well, I might be able to do something, but we'll see. I want to give you guys the cutscene during the routing, but I'm gonna have to keep the splits up during the real run. So I might be able to do something like this. There we go. Pristine game. Pristine screen. Now, I'll let you guys see the cutscene and see you guys on the other side of that.
emboldened by the flame of ambition. Someone must extinguish thy flame. Let it be Margit the Fell.
Oh, I can't pause. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so while that's going on, I will quickly get these back up. There we go.
I shall remember thee, tarnished, smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
Much easier than, you know, the base game. He's kind of like, he has his defenses jacked up really high for whatever strange reason. Mr. Jason says if you pushed him off a cliff, it wouldn't be Margit the Fell, it would be Margit Fell. Too true. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream, I think. Nah, that's for sailing, not for falling. What is this, like, raspy quality with the sound? Anyone else catching that? Hold on. I'm gonna reset something real quick. Okay, that is just the game being crispy. Just what I was worried about. But more importantly, Margit gets us defeating Margit the first time gets us an extra talisman slot, which, what's gonna go in there exactly? Oh, I don't know. How about a clarifying horn charm so that we can use our Flame of Frenzy a little bit more often, because the madness will drain faster when we're using it. Kind of like what we did with the 8 braziers, this set of splits with the castle is also going to be, you know, really, really long. Just because of like how many different things we have to do. And I'm definitely dying here. I doubted the scouting. Scouting earlier. What do I want here? Probably a flame fortification right now. Yeah, flame fort sounds fine for where we're going. Mr. Jason says, so that is clarifying that you could use that attack more often? Too true. Too true. We are going to be using that attack slightly more often. Slightly. It also makes it less likely that we're going to be put to sleep by, enemies out there. Mr. Jason says, oh goodness, no. Oh, something the matter. Uh-oh. Nope, get up there. Come on, coin. Your hands are only getting slightly sweaty. Mr. Jason says you were just checking the Pokemon Center UK website as you wanted to see if the Game Boy jukebox had been restocked and you saw something horrifying. Oh no, is it we had to raise the price? Mr. Jason says lots of Pokemon plush, but they're all Ditto-fied? Oh no. Oh, who would have thought? The discount pink blob is here. Oh no. Yeah, well, if you like Ditto, you'll like the Pokemon plushies. The problem is not everyone likes Ditto. Ditto for me, I guess. Regarding that. Okay, so this initial section is fine. This is pretty easy to do. Wait until we get into the outskirts of the castle. Then you guys are gonna see what kinds of things I generally have to do in order to avoid dying often. Right over here.
You there? Come over here, would you?
Oh, yeah, let me also get back out our fur raiment, because now we're back to just hacking up regular enemies again for a while.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here. The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected.
Very well.
Yes, that's the spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like. I pray for your success.
So this dude right here, his name is Gostok. And boy, is he a jerk. This dude's a certified jerk face. But I need him alive. I can't go killing his sorry butt for nothing. Why? What are these faces? They are wrong. They're so wrong. This is not even, this is beyond Uncanny Valley. Oh no. Someone had to edit someone had to edit the pictures. There's no way they're all actually Ditto-fied. There's no shot in that. No shot.
Use that opening to breach the castle. The guards haven't a clue about it. You'll slip right inside undetected.
I don't like your face, Gostok, but very well.
Yes, that's the spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like. I pray for your success.
Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. That was a screenshot that you took directly, good sir. Oh. Wow. They certainly are selling some kind of a product. That's for sure. That is certainly a product of all time. So here's our start right up to the outsides of the castle here. Yes, I have died lots of times to gravity. I do not like this place that much for that reason. And you can miss lots of stuff and have to repeat things multiple times. This place is not even that fun to navigate. But thankfully we have enough power that we're one-shotting these, which is good. Let me just go ahead and drop down now. Mr. Jason says, speaking of products in America, the CEO of McDonald's tasted the new Big Arch, and it is just advertised as product. It is probably because they cannot legally call it a burger. Ah, you mean pink slime in the sandwich. It's not even soybean. It's not even soybean. Soybean burgers are delicious if you cook them right. It's pink slime. It is synthetic meat. I cannot in this timeline. I refuse to eat synth slop meat. Well, okay, I've probably eaten it a fair share as an American already, because guess what? Pink slime is what is used in school lunches. And pink slime was already a thing when the Obamas were in office. One of the things that was being like freshly minted and made in the factory was pink slime. It's supposed to taste like meat, but not, you know, this was back when the whole, like, arrangement with PETA was a lot stronger than it is. Now it's just like, PETA are a bunch of hooligans. And Mr. Jason says they have not yet dittofied Pidgey. Oh my god. How would that even work? That Pidgey's supposed to have a beak. How can you dittofy that? That would look really wrong. That would look super wrong, actually. Let me come around over here, because I was about to miss a rune piece doing things this way. Yeah, I missed this lots of times when rune pieces started becoming a thing. I didn't know you could actually get into this spot. Now I do. It's one of the cooler rune pieces, in my honest opinion. I quite like it a lot. Any rune pieces out here? I didn't see any. Oh, also you can't climb this, by the way. There's like there are no places for footholds. The legacy dungeons are one of the few places where you can't always be right on top of something, you know, outside of your inability to jump on it. For what that's worth. Man, pink slime. I can't. But I know that's the inevitable future, because agro-business and the food sciences industry are going to make sure of that. If you don't need to actually grow animals and it's cheaper to make pink slime, that's what they're going to feed you. Pink slime. They're going to give you the synthetic stuff because it's easier. They're going to fake the journey. Speaking of weird things in Pokemon, oh. Mr. Jason says, have you seen the original Pokemon Red and Blue sprites for Mew? It looks interesting. I have not seen it. Let me just loot the Fallen, and I'll take a quick look at that. That is certainly a sprite. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I get, like, the the sprite database. Ugh. That is a sprite of all time. That isn't a little bit of an oof. Yes. It's just like, it just looks uncanny. Maybe it's the tail and the way it's bent behind the face or neck or whatever, but that's such an interesting pose for it. To be honest, I'm glad it has the poses that it has now in, like, I don't know, say Gen 9 or Gen 8. I'm certainly glad that I'm certainly glad that it has a more ethereal, floating, whimsical pose. I'll put it that way. Or a majestic pose, even. And not that. Mr. Jason says, at least one thing, good sir. Despite all of the not-so-good things with AI, they have not yet created a ditto-fied Pidgey. That would be terror. Now, here's the question. Would they keep the beak and just remove the eyes, or would they get rid of the beak entirely, which would kind of make it not a bird? The Pidgey with the beak that's been ditto-fied, fine. Pidgey without the beak that's been ditto-fied, true nightmare of a peak bird body, is what I have to say about that. We did all that just to get to the first rest site. Yeah, the legacy dungeons ask a lot of you. I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait to go to a nightclub tomorrow. I've been looking forward to this. You know, I don't care so much about the drag shows. That's not really my cup of tea. But I can't wait to soak in the atmosphere for a couple of hours and just go someplace I've never been, ever. I'm not gonna dance or sing, but I'm gonna at least watch some people get their groove on and be happy. For those that don't know or don't know me very well, I am an extrovert. We're about to get a whole bunch of enemies swarming the area. I get recharged from dealing with people. Stop. Thank goodness. All I was trying to do is mark an enemy. I'm not gonna let that stand. I would rather go back and start over. I'm hoping the place I'm going to's got some zeros, some zero-proof drinks, as in, I want the tasty mixed drink. I don't want the alcohol. I am a lightweight when it comes to alcohol. As in, it does not take long before your boy be tripping over furniture. All I need to do is drink a thimbleful of alcohol and I feel pretty funny. Like more than 12 ounces not managed right, and it's off the bed. I used to drink red sapple ale back in the day, and the result was always that I ended up going to sleep. So I don't do that. I force myself to experience lots of things that most people wouldn't experience sober. It's shaped my experience and worldview quite a bit. Mr. Jason says, the day that you see a ditto-fied Pidgey is the day that you limit your time on the internet. Oh, you mean the multiple concurrent geopolitical disasters, culture and gender war shenanigans, and AI already don't limit your time on the internet? Didified Pidgey is the breaking point for you? Oh my goodness. Yes, fair enough. Hey, no shame. Everyone has different breaking points. I don't know what that breaking point is for me. I think the internet would have to be so hostile to customers and clients that I stop streaming. I think it would almost have to be a cyberpunk scenario where being on the internet will literally kill you if you're there without some kind of purpose. If you don't actually limit your screen time. Whereas like right now, you know, limiting my time on the internet is good for my mental health, but it won't actually kill me. People won't, I won't instantaneously put myself in extreme risk just for using the internet. I think that's what it would have to come to for me. But that's just me personally. What can I say? I grew up on the internet, almost. I didn't quite grow up on the internet. I grew up on gaming. But, you know, when I was 14, that's when my whole, you know, playing in World of Warcraft came up. That's when I started interacting with people on the regular. You know, albeit through a screen and a microphone. And it wasn't until, like, 17 or 18 where I started kind of interacting with people in what I would call a normal sense of the word. Glee? Nice! I love getting pegged by random flame pots. Okay. Thank you. I hear footsteps. Right, so this place has... There are a lot of different parts to Stormveil Castle. This first section, though, is brutal. And if you die here, you are gonna learn a lot of things that you wish that you had gone through the game and not learned whatsoever. Let's meander through here. Really? You poised through that? I guess so. Mr. Jason says you started looking for shiny Pidgey and Pokemon Gold and Silver, good sir. Oh, don't shinies have like a really, really bad occurrence rate in there? You found it in Pokemon Legends Z to A, good sir. Fair enough. Good luck. Good luck is what I will say to that, because I could not be asked. That is the one thing I do not do in Pokemon games is shiny hunt. Someone would have to give me 50 subs. I'm not kidding. Someone would have to literally pay me money to ask me to shiny hunt. I'll do it then. I will totally do that then. That's an absurd amount of money, by the way. And it can be gifted tier 1s. But I would need a lot of hard cash to consider torturing myself that much. Mr. Jason says it took you that long. I'm not surprised. Yeah, the occurrence rate is really low. It's like extra low. Mr. Jason says that was 24 years of casual encounters. See? Pain. It is a lesson in pain. Much like challenge running this game. I would say challenge running this is also a lesson in pain, but at least here, right? You know, if I don't like what I'm doing, I can I can push things off later in the splits, right? I can take a break. We can do something else. And you know, I'll feel we'll do something that feels like we're making progress. Shiny hunting is not at all like that. It's just RNG. There is nothing you can do to manipulate the chance. In that game anyway. You just gotta walk and walk and walk. And it's probably an activity best done in short bursts rather than long stints because of how maddening it is. But that's just me. Mr. Jason says, you do eventually find amazing things. Fair. Fair. I mean, the shiny hunting experience, it is at least a journey. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I'm glad you think so. I can't believe it's been 7 months. And 5 more, it'll be a year. Which is wild to me. Oh, right. There's a reason I was coming out this way, and it's for that lovely chap right there. See that lit spot right above where my head is? Can you take a look at... You can kind of tell there's a figure kneeling, even if you can't really see it in clear detail. Yeah, that's our good friend Gostok. He's following us. We gotta go talk to him if we don't want him taking our runes later. I like that we're sufficiently leveled now that we can pretty much kill most things that we need to kill. This is nice. I like. I'm glad that I took the path that I took regarding stats and level ups and stuff. I feel like we're in a really good place, all things considered.
Oh, you. Oh, great. I'm glad you're here. Just a small reward. I was saving it for you. Please, it's all yours. Good, now let's be on our way, shall we? Wouldn't want the guards to spot you. Hop along, will you? What'll happen if the guards catch you strutting about?
I don't know, maybe they'll find you and put a bullet in you. Or you know, put a bolt in you, I guess.
Hop along, will you?
I want you to hop along, Gostok. Mr. Jason says, when some people saw Gekwa, I think I got the name correct, in Pokemon Winds and Waves, excuse me, they instantly jumped to, but we already did the water lizard. Insert distortion here. I need to find a way to do that. I need to find a way to hotkey that so I can actually distort my voice. I do have access to voice mod. That is something I can do. It would make my computer cry, is what it is. And I do not want that. Water lizard. Where did we do the water lizard at? I know they're correct. We did do it. Let's see. You had Squirtle. That was a turtle. You had Swampert? No, not Swampert. Wow, I cannot remember my Pokemon starters for the life of me. Hold up a second. This is where I get to look it up. I feel like I should... I know Swampert's in the line. I just don't remember the name of the actual real starter. Okay, so yep, we had Squirtle. Can't count Pikachu technically because that's not considered a mainline, but Pokemon Yellow is not mainline, but whatever. Totodile, that's why I couldn't remember it. I never used him. That's not a lizard, that's an alligator. Mudkip. Okay, Mudkip. Piplup, a bird. An otter. Frog. A seal. Is it Sobble? Yeah, I guess Sobble was the water lizard. It's more like a... Huh. Yeah, it's not a gecko, and it's not an alligator. It's like a different sort of lizard, though. Then we had Quaxley, which was a duck / bird. Then we have Gekwa, which is the gecko. A water gecko, very specifically. You wouldn't come up with a name like Gekwa and not refer to Gekwa as like a water gecko. That just makes no sense. For it to be something other than a water gecko. Geckos are cool, though. I like geckos. Wish I could have one, but they're a lot of work to maintain, and they're somewhat considered exotic pets where I'm at, so they cost a lot of money to maintain properly, and I wouldn't feel right knowing that I, a poor person, I'm trying to take care of a pets. Mr. Jason says axolotls are cool. I do think axolotls are cool. That is true. They're a more ancient water lizard for sure, but I do like axolotls. There's a race of axolotls or axolotl-inspired creatures in Starbound. They're water, like an Asian-inspired. Maybe more specifically, like Japanese-inspired, like lizard people of sorts, which I think is cool. I have played Starbound on the channel before, and I've even beaten it. Starbound's a fun game, but it can be kind of janky sometimes. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I'm gonna lock in for a second though, because this room can be very scary with how it's gonna turn out in a second. You guys will see what I mean when I say this. Nice. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in the Society of Battle Connoisseurs, you were thinking of raising the entry cost to 5 million Poké Dollars. You've been considering this for a while, as in Pokemon X and Y, the Team Flare Grunts paid 5 million Poké Dollars to join the team. But isn't the whole point of that to be based more around Lady Jacinth than Team Flare? Are we morphing into, or is that Discord server morphing into Team Flare appreciation? Just curious. No judgment if it is or isn't. Cool, we can get rid of that lantern now. I don't need it. Mr. Jason says, indeed, but 5 million Poké Dollars would add more exclusivity? Yeah, but it is all about the Lady Jacinth, but Lady Jacinth would have kept her entry to 3 million rather than 5 million. 5 million makes me think you're about to start venerating the leader of Team Flare or something along those lines. Maybe instead of the entry being raised to 5 million, maybe you could make a new extra status at the top that requires more held money or something. Like a blend between these two things, more or less. Okay, get ready. We're almost done for the day. I am gonna push a little bit past our time here, but that is only because we're not at a rest site yet. Mr. Jason says you've not really touched your SBC in a while. That's totally fair. It's kind of just it's in a holding pattern. There we go. And we drop down from up there, I think. What's up, Mr. Jason? What happened? A message appeared and disappeared on one of the apps? Nothing on my end that I can see. So maybe that's more on your end. Or perhaps on a different server or something. Not 100% sure. Okay, how did we get to that rune piece again? Oh, I think we needed to jump. Yeah, we needed to do that. Like this. I used to try to make this jump where I would jump from up here onto the beam, but I kept dying too many times. So then I opted to try to find the actual path to it, and that has saved me a lot of heartache in the long run. And I'm happy that I found that passage for what that's worth. Or I found that I could, in fact, jump into... into that part of the wall there. Yeah, there's a guy that'll hide back here, and if you let him, he'll come up and grab you and stab you in the chest. This is one of the reasons I like this thing. You can beat him at his own game with that. Mr. Jason says that was definitely odd then, good sir. I would say so. Let's trust that it's nothing, hmm? Okay, so far so good. There's like 1 or 2 precarious drops, and then we should be okay. Is this... I forget if the rune piece is here or at a different spot, though. Okay, nothing here, so what we have to do to get to the other side is to come up like this and find some path or manner for dropping down that does not run us into this banished knight here. That would not be good. We would most assuredly fall to our death if he found us up here. I know from personal experience. Like this. And our reward for that is a rune piece. And this item, which I think what this is arteria leaf. Yeah, 3 of them. 3 leaves. Nice. Now the last thing we got to do is deal with that banished knight, and then we're in the clear for the evening. While we're working our way up here, I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. I apologize for the rate of molasses. I'll check the like notifications. Mr. Jason says you just check kick and nothing, good sir, and you don't know if YouTube has a mod dashboard. I believe it does. I have to go and find it, however. Of course I would have to sign into it. I'll have to deal with that later. Because signing in is going to be painful on the OBS docs, but I probably should do it after the stream for sure. I might be able to access it from like my studio, but I'm going to trust that there's nothing going on. Just wait for him to turn around. And then do this. Mr. Jason says it's not a major issue. You just saw a message and then it got yeeted off the stream screen before you saw the app icon. Okay. Yep. Gonna ignore that then. You know, just the internet or apps being weird. And here we are. This room right here is our rest site. Now, lots of things are going to happen from this rest site, and I do mean a lot of them. Look at that distance. It took us a while to get from here all the way over to the Rampart Tower and getting a lot of the rune pieces or other items on the way. It really did take us a while to do that. Well, my lovely senators and inductees, this has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless. All content, fire spells only, routing. And with any luck, within the next 2 streams, so by Monday of next week, we'll be done and we'll be on to smooth sailing in Liurnia for a while. I know we're getting tired of Godric's soldiers being everywhere. But this is going to be the most difficult section yet, because there's a lot of doubling and tripling back that we have to do. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It's been great. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. You know where my hallowed halls are. For you guys on Kick, I will drop those hallowed halls now. For YouTube, check the description. And for Twitch, underneath the video player where the socials are will be the Linktree link. Feel free to click on that. My Discord server's in there. I'd love to have you. We post pictures, I release thumbnails, I talk to my audience, that kind of thing in there. So if you like Discord communities, you'll like this one. And when I get finished with Stoat Chat, I can point you guys there instead if you would prefer. Here comes that Linktree link. Mr. Jason says, bye, Mr. Quinn. Take care, Mr. Jason. Thank you for the stream and see you tomorrow. Yep. Thank you for being here, good sir. Thank you for being here. Do rest well. Stay safe and take care of yourselves, my lovely senators and inductees. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And with that, goodbye.